Good day and good evening and welcome to Dailies Hangout stream, but with a twist. Also, thank you so much for the 5 gifted memberships, Emir. You're early today with that. Thank you so much. Hey Emir, hey Derby, hey Guzzle, hey me who else, hey Siren, hey Giraheen, hey Rust, hey Kazu. Hope you're all doing very well. And congratulations to the people that got the gifted memberships. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for the support, Emir. Nate, Bob, and Kylan. Hope you're doing well as well. So, the way this stream is going to work is I'm obviously going to be playing Warrior, which is very easy. But in any duties where I have a full pre-made, so I need to have a full pre-made, which means of course that Alliance Raid is probably not going to work. But any duty where I have a full pre-made, we'll do a challenge of some sort, and we will vote on the challenge. Which means that right now there's a vote on specifically we can get if we can round up 24 people, then we could do that. But I don't want to meme on strangers and play terribly because I'm doing some weird challenge. That's not their problem. I've talked about this before where people are like, oh, I only want to, I'm doing a challenge where I don't use any job crystals. Yeah, do that in your own time, right? So, practice what you preach. So, I'm not going to go into some random group with strangers and do these challenges. Which, of course, both means, on the one hand, that I know that I'm getting paired up with you all, which is usually a good thing. But it also means that I'm paired up with all of you, and you know that I'm doing the challenge, which, of course, means that if I don't have a UI on, maybe my healer just forgot to heal me. Of course, that means we're just going to wipe if I don't realize that I needed healing. I'm probably going to be doing as much as I can to, play well, despite everything. But yeah, that is generally the plan. And right now, I have, 5 different challenges on my list that I can pull from. And YouTube only allows polls of 4 things at a time. So, if you have any ideas for challenges, then, do mention them. Maybe I can use that instead of just cycling through the same 5. I think we have at least 8. I can at least count 8 possible duties where we can do a challenge. So it would be interesting if we have some unique ones. Or maybe we mix some of them later, if possible. Also, hey Vince, Zav, Kokian, Warcraft Traveler, and Ham. Hope you're all doing very well. Oh yes, thank you for the reminder, Ham. Remember to pick up your Wondrous Tales, everyone. Hey Matthew, hope you're doing well. Right, so it does seem that I will be playing in first-person mode only for the expert roulette. For anyone who doesn't know what that means, unless you've changed the keybind, then by default, if you press home on your keyboard, this happens. Interestingly, so if I turn my character with right, those of you that are in-game can see that my character's actually turning now. If I turn my character with left, this happens. Just snaps back to where my character is facing. Because it's first person mode. It's basically your head turning to look right or left. But ultimately you're going to turn back to where you're looking. So I'll have to play like this. Once we get into the duty. Honestly, I thought that was the easiest one on the list. So I'm a little bit surprised that that one got 61% of the votes. Gazel says, would we finally see Kai click his actions during right hand only? Yeah, you would probably. Hey Traverse, hope you're doing well. Warcraft Traveler says, we're starting slow. Fair enough. And speaking of which, people being polite for expert, that is quite funny because expert roulette is a lot of people agree that expert roulette is the super easy one. The super easy one. Right, if you want to join me for Expert Roulette, come on over to me. Name Malcolm, hope you're doing well. Oh man. We have a lot of people. Right. We have a balanced team. I'm sorry to hear that, Traverse. Hopefully it'll get better soon. Mm-hmm. Time events and trials. That is an interesting question. Wow! I feel so short. Whoops. That's a bad idea. Let's not do that. Well, I think I'm standing in... Oh, there's a dot on here, right. I can't see it if I'm standing in like a mechanic in between my attacks. It's so bright. It's so bright. Oh, look, I can see again. Yes, I think some people might get a little motion sick from this. So, like, you know, don't look too close if you start to get woozy. Hey, Bad Angel, hope you're doing well. Oh man, the snapping to face enemies when I use an action is really something. Where's the dot on? I know there's a dot on here somewhere. I just need... I think I have my current target in it, at least. Oh yeah, I'm standing in the dot on. Excellent. Oh, no... Okay, right, we have a white mage healer, so I can't stun that. I thought it was being clever. My tap targeting doesn't work too well either. Hey Matthew, you've tuned into me doing challenges while doing dailies. We're doing first person only expert roulette as warrior. Hey Steven, hope you're doing well. I have not played RimWorld. I don't feel like... Oh, the boss is just invisible, huh? It looks interesting, but it's not really a game for me, I feel. Oh, right, there's also Slipstream. That's impossible to find, I think, with both of them. Good thing the boss wasn't targeting me with that. Come back here, you! Ah yes, when I use Infuriate, I just become blind. It would actually be a lot easier if I turned off animations for myself. But that wouldn't be fun. Nailed it. This is like the particular thing that's really messing me up the most is like here I couldn't actually see the boss at all, so I wasn't sure if I was standing in the correct position because it's so big, but it disappears when I get too close. Yeah, exactly, Gazel. If I just turned off battle effects of myself so that I could see that, like, if I need to change something before we go in, I'll have to do that before I go in. Here should have played. Oh, well, Kerix, it was more or Siren, it was more a matter of I tried to stun something because normally that works. But it doesn't work if you have a white mage. I was going to say you need to turn on all battle effects. Would that be a challenge of its own? To turn on battle effects in like we could do that, like say Alliance Raid Roulette, but all battle effects have to be on. Like that would be a way to do a challenge in Alliance Raid without it being too big of a deal for the rest of the group. I just haven't considered it a challenge because I actually played the game with all battle effects on until like mid to late Shadowbringers. So for me it was like, it's normal almost. Oh, I missed one. My camera snapping really makes it difficult sometimes. Imagine if the camera spun with the character. Wow. Oh, we could absolutely do that. Large pets and all effects on. We could do that as a special Alliance Raid challenge so that there's still something when we do Alliance Raid. Oh. I thought I was looking at the one I was fighting. I was looking at one that was in the middle of the death animation, actually. And all DPS play. Yeah, you could do that. I mean, we just have a full 8-man pre-made, and my entire group is just summoners and scholars. And, well, actually, are you sure? Maybe you should have at least one red mage so you can do the red mage limit break. Oh! I wasn't sure if I was in position there. I think this is good. I have to say, the bosses are the more fun part about this. We're talking about blinding people? Kind of. We're talking about challenges, and specifically in Alliance Raid. A challenge that wouldn't be too brutal with randoms would be as many effects as possible. And the summoners use Titan at different times. That would be a good one. Oops. I think I backed out of the correct position into the wrong position. I wonder if the camera position would be higher if I was a taller race. Ham says it would have to be a level 90 raid, otherwise the pet size would barely make a difference. Well, we'll do Alliance raid roulette and see what happens. The reason why I'm asking this, Siren, because Siren says as far as I know it isn't in-game. The reason why I ask is because it looks like I'm just slightly shorter than Ymir. And Ymir is a cat girl, which means that I would be slightly shorter than them. So it's possible. But it would be very easy to know if like there was an Ellison that tested it or something. And just, oh, well, it doesn't go any higher for me. Where's the other one? What? Oh. I'm like, I can't see the mobs because they disappear when the camera's too close. Yeah, the big challenges between the different ones that I suggested initially are like things that I've kind of figured out. Like here, it's mainly dodging mechanics because I don't need to see the enemies to be able to attack them. And it's like, that's fine. It's mainly seeing where I need to be. With the UI, I think I would have a lot more difficulty because I won't be able to... I have to count when Bloodwedding is ready again. Like, I just have to count. Be like, alright. How many seconds? I wonder if you can play this through a VR headset. I don't know. I don't think you can. A near raid would also be pretty funny for Alliance Raid Roulette. Tyrant says, as an Ellison, that it isn't quite the same height, but it isn't exactly eye level. So it's a little higher, but maybe not full-on head height. Oh. Perfect. After this is the Circularies, I believe. Yup. Hey Caetsu, hope you're doing well. What's up, Bronto? Now that's unfair. The boss just invisible because I'm standing a little too close. Like, look at this. Look at this. Zav is closer. Oh. I was expecting to get the hard mode. Hey Gleaming and Matsuro, hope you're both doing well. Nice. Oh, look, my eyes. My eyes are actually on the screen when I use inner release. I didn't even notice that before. Angel. Hope you're doing well. I mean, that sounds about right, Gleaming. That was kind of what I was expecting, so I think it's probably not perfectly optimal. Rip. That went well. That went shockingly well, I think. All things considered, that went shockingly well. So the next one we're doing is, of course, level 90 roulette. And now I've removed the first person only because we just did that one. Which, of course, means that instead I have added walking only. We still have right hand only, left hand only, and hidden UI. So let's see what you all decide to vote on. And yeah, the key here when I say that I'm not going to do a challenge with randoms is specifically because right hand only, left hand only, even hidden UI and even first person could just make it look like I'm just bad at the game, right? Which, of course, no surprise there, but walking only, that would be extremely obvious. Bad Angel says, is the rest of the party doing this challenge or just you? The rest of the party is not enforced to do anything. That's up to them, but I'm doing the challenge. Like, I can't control everyone else. However, it does make it funny to see how much I struggle with it, right? You are wearing a mentor crown. No one will notice even if you look like you're bad at the game. Oh. Oh. Right. Let me do this. And if you want to join me for level 90 roulette, come on over to me. Yeah. Right, it looks like it will be hidden UI. Which means we're going to be doing it like this. So I'll just have to guess when I have to use bloodwetting. I think telegraphs are still visible when you have this setting on. I hope they're still visible, otherwise I have a massive problem. I have to, however, have UI on while we're entering so that I can actually click the things. Yeah, cinematic mode. Just always try to weave everything. Yeah, just like I'm just sitting here like, it's not working, everyone. Yeah, I guess if you can stick to your plan as Black Mage, it might, and you go like reliably, where you don't rely on like a weird tick on MP during Umbral Ice, then you could probably play it just fine, like just fine in quotations with no UI. Angel says, I just want to point out, first person isn't that bad as there are some maniacs that have done level 70 ultimates with it. I'm guessing, though, Angel, that they probably did this when they did that. Probably, right? Just because it's completely impossible to see anything while effects are going around your ears. Hey, Weather Witch. Hope you're doing well. It was cleared a bunch of times in third person first. What? What? Oh. They also cleared normally first. Right, I'm a little bit confused. I can't even see what I'm targeting. Like, they light up for a moment, but yeah, if this is the part where it's important for the DPS players to remember that if you get aggro, it's kind of important that you bring mobs to the tank. Like, under normal circumstances. Hey Gabriel, hope you're doing well. Yeah, the UI is gone. We just voted on that. We're doing level 90 roulette with at least no UI on me. Let me put it like this. I'm hoping that my healer has a UI on. Hey Merfolk, it's been a while. I hope you're doing well, and thank you for the 10 gifted memberships. Thank you so much. You slipped? It's very wet at the door today, actually. Like, Ymir also slipped right at the entrance today. It's really weird. Oh, my inner release was available. Excellent. Oh, there's Sting's still alive. Also, I just now realized we have a white mage healer, of course. I shouldn't be trying to use stuns. Playing without UI, you really start to realize how many things in the game are conveyed to the player exclusively through UI features. Like, in other games, you might be able to know that, oh, you're actually dying. Or you have this effect available because, like, maybe your screen flashes or something. But I have no idea what I can or can't do. Like, the only thing I could see here was, well, I have beast gauge. Because you have, like, a glow around you if you have more than 0 beast gauge. But I don't know how much I have, so I just, like... I have no idea if this even works. I don't even know if I have my damage buff. I don't even know if I'm in combo right now. Exactly, also no HP bars, so I just have to hope that I'm kinda fine. Oh, I have Infuriate. Excellent. Uh-oh. Do I have a Fell Cleave? I do have one. One Fell Cleave. One. It'd be much easier to eye whether I'm in melee range if I could see the targeting reticle. Oh right, there's the sound of getting enough beast gauge to use Fell Cleave. Oh right, inner release is available again. The wispy animation around you is caused by having beast gauge, Caetsu. It's a little weird, but that's also the reason why warriors basically have it permanently. The wisps around me is bloodwetting. This sounds suboptimal. What? No. I can't even roll on stuff. I guess you all win by default. Oh, right, I have to click a thing. Cole says this is probably how most of the people in my roulettes play. Yikes. Maybe they do that and also first person? They have to wait 300 seconds to get the loot? I mean, this duty will take over 300 seconds from now, so it's probably fine. And despite everything, it's easier to do this kind of pulling with no UI than it is with first person. Because at least I get to control my camera somewhat. Man, I'm telling you, if any of you are recording any of these runs from your POVs, it would be extremely funny to see some of those later. You just see me like, I'm just talking away, nothing's happening on my end, and then like camera switches to the healer and I'm like at 10% HP and I don't know. Murphy says, why are you participating in these masochistic practices? Because I thought it would be funny and entertaining. I think that's really it. We've talked about this before, where it's like, wouldn't it be funny if I did so-and-so challenge, and I'm like, oh, maybe not when I'm X or Y job. So this time around, I'm choosing the tank that I'm so confident with that I'm pretty sure I can do it, and then we do it. He opens the cover for the loot he can't roll on. Well, I just have this, so my friends call me, say I'm kinda like Freeran. Just can't not open the loot. Just can't. Hey Gatch, I hope you're doing well. My current challenge is that I have no UI. That's also something I should mention. If I do this challenge again as a healer, then the no UI option is not going to be on the list. Just to be clear on that. I wouldn't subject anyone to that. How many mimics have you opened? Actually, I have basically... I have an incredible track record for... whenever I do Palace of the Dead with friends, or Heaven on High, they don't want me to open the silver chests. Because they always explode when I open them. Always. Exactly, actually real life free. And I always open the chests and dungeons. You can also, like, I don't always include the footage of me doing that, but in most of my, like, duty footage for videos, like, I go and open the chests. Like, every time. And I feel bad if, like, I click the open chest and then, like, it doesn't go through or something, so I just miss out. Like, we all miss out on the loot. And I'm just, like, looking longingly back at the chest, because I won't go back for it. But I will be sad that I didn't get it. I need those 5k gil or whatever. Oh. Ah. I don't know which one of the party members was the Dragoon. But I was trying to see if I could target them so I could heal them. Oh. In a normal dungeon, I do a basic healing rotation. It's impossible for people to die. I suppose. But see, Cole, if I put it on the list, then people will be like, let's just wait until he gets a trial roulette before we vote that one. Let's just wait to one where it's actually a problem. And then it would be kinda unfair if I then went, oh well, now that we're doing 8-man content, now I'm removing it from the list, right? What jobs is that person playing, Cole? Also true, Bad Angel, I also open the chests in my solo runs. Absolutely. Even if I'm low on time, we need that loot. If I remember correctly, I never have sprint up for this. Oh, weird. Now the thing I'm most interested in is after this duty, I'm very curious to hear from our healer Ilana how hard this was. Just blind warrior, just randomly using bloodwetting. I have no idea whether I needed it or not. That's true, Caetsu. That's also the possibility if, like, you went into a trial or normal raid or even an alliance raid, that there could be certain cases where, well, if you have no UI, then there's just nothing you can do. You'll have to hope that the other healer has you covered. For example, if you get Dune Scathe on the first boss, anyone who gets the Doom debuff, hopefully someone else has got them, because you don't know who got the debuff. Like, your only options are just try helplessly to Isuna everyone. But I believe the debuff lasts like 15 seconds, and it would take you 20 seconds to cover your whole raid. How do you enable no UI mode anyway? On keyboard, you click the scroll lock button. By default. I can't remember what combo step I was. Is it the worst mechanic ever, Cole? I think it's pretty interesting. It requires you to interact with the mechanic specifically, instead of just attacking all the time. As a black mage, yeah. Again, would be nice if you could somehow pause your state or something. That would be nice. Get back here. I used Infuriate, you know. $90 roulette all tank. That is interesting. We've done that in the past as well. We've also done most roulettes on one of these streams all healer. And the sad thing about doing it all healer was I specifically remember that what we ran into was that the duties were not difficult. They just took an eternity to finish, which made them very boring. Oh. Kind of, Catch. You turn slower during that mechanic, and you're forced to move forward, basically. But you turn slower, which often trips up people. I just have, like, learned how much you can turn, which makes it seem like there's no problem for me. Oh, right. Nope, I can't actually exit. Initial guide drift. Well, I do hope that I wasn't near death for most of the duty, Ilana. Oh, Crab Traveler says, so the heal was there's nothing to heal. Oh. I wonder how many times I used equilibrium while I was perfectly fine. Because every time I used equilibrium, it was basically me going, I feel like I forgot to use a defensive cooldown. Maybe I'll just add this to be sure. I'll just sprinkle this in on the side, just in case. Let's see. Hey, Shakespeare. I will keep all the effects thing on for Alliance Raid, because I know we will need that one for that. But as we go lower in options, I'll probably have to re-add some of them. But for now, we have level 50, 60, 70, 80, with the options being right hand only, left hand only, and walk only. And for those that don't know what on earth a thumb grid is, it's not very interesting challenge if I can just use the side of my mouse to access my keyboard, is it? What mouse is that? That is a Corsair Scimitar. No UI Bard next. That's impossible. Like, part of the reason why I go as warrior specifically because if I can't see a mechanic because I'm in like this, it's mostly fine. I don't die. And I can recover, and also I'm somewhat experienced with warrior. But if I went as like a DPS, there's a much greater chance I'll just die randomly. Does the Scimitar have something like shift as a third mouse click? You can customize any of these side buttons, and there's also 2 buttons on the top here. So you can just add one. Like a shift as a third mouse click. Like, you can customize most of it, but you could just make one of the 12 buttons on the side be shift, if that's what you need. Right, if you want to join me for 50, 60, 70, 80, come on over to me. Okay, Yume ran away again. Let's see. Oh, walk only. I can see something. I can see is that the votes are getting like closer. It's like the first one when we had first person, it was like 60% for first person only, and now it's like it's only 40% for walk only. So let's hope and pray for a duty where I have onslaught. How big are the buttons on these MMO mice? Depends. Let me put it like this. The Razor Naga is a really small mouse, in my opinion. So, relatively speaking, its buttons are also smaller. Corsair Scimitar is, in my opinion, like an average or maybe even big mouse. So its buttons are bigger, and if you see here, it's a little hard to see, but you can see there's like this empty space. You can screw underneath it to loosen this, and then you can like slide a little bit back or forward if you prefer to have like the thumb grid further back. Like you can customize it a bit. Is the healer allowed to rescue? Absolutely. I have to have walk on the entire duty. But I can use Onslaught. I can also use Sprint. And the healer's allowed to rescue me and everything. But I'll probably have to like be walking towards the next destination as we're fighting things. And also, just a fair warning to Helios here. I'm going to be taking way more damage in AoE pool simply because I can't kite anything. Need an experience. But at least I can see what I'm doing. The danger zone, I'll just turn this on so I don't forget later. The danger zone is if we get a level 50 duty, because then I don't have raw intuition. Snowcloak time. Oh boy. Level 70. Sprint feels like a bit too much against the spirit. No, watch this. I'm just power walking. Oops. Remember your tank stance. I'm going all the way over to the door. I'm just going, guys. I'm ready. When the door opens, we're going. We're leaving. Yes, we have Peloton. We have 2 times Peloton even. Da, 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 da. I feel like of all the challenges on my list, this is the dumbest one. Oh wait, I just realized I'm backpedaling. I shouldn't be doing that. Let me just do this. Now we only walk. Otherwise, this would just become backpedaling instead of walking. Moonwalking an entire dungeon will also be funny. Oh, yeah, that's true. But I feel like, speaking of Matthew saying sprint feels a little bit against the spirit, backpedaling would absolutely be not in the spirit of this challenge, because you actually move faster when you're backpedaling than when you're walking. We discovered this when we, a while back, I believe back in January, we did it randomly because we did Bottom's Middle. Like, oh. Is there a safe spot at all? I don't know if that counts that there. I think I'm just gonna cooldown it. It's so far away. It's so far. This arena is enormous, guys. Have you seen it? It's insanely big. That's true, Caetsu. That's also why I'm being careful about pressing S. I'm coming! But that is true, you can still backpedal. It's a lot harder for me to it's a lot easier for me to avoid accidentally backpedaling if I have it on legacy controls. I think we can ignore the ads. Oh, loot! What? Okay, then. Slow-mo running. You thought we were done with the random long walk. Now we decided to walk into a dungeon. The land far, far away. Oh boy. The most pink warrior is doing the most important thing. Walking very slowly. Oh wow. They just got decimated. And it didn't even include me. I didn't even use decimate to decimate them. Get back here, mobs! It's like D&D, or you walking to intimidate your opponent. Can I roll can I roll for intimidation? I will say we've reached, like, we've done over a third of the dungeon in under 5 minutes. Yes, Bad Angel, I need the loot. Could you imagine how much longer this would take if I was actually if we landed in duty where it didn't have onslaught? Like, every time I can onslaught from maximum range over to a mob, I save like 15 seconds or something. Rolls nat 20. I just start walking like well, guess like JoJo. Can't beat the pork out of you without getting closer. Well, in that case, come as close as you like. Blech. Knock, knock. And this is exactly the reason, as I said earlier, this is the reason why I didn't want to do any of these challenges, at least more of the more absurd challenges with randoms in the group, Could you imagine how extremely annoying this would be if I was, like, the only person? Like, I just randomly queued into 5, 6, 7, 8. Imagine walk only on old Praetorium. Oh, man. Oh, man. That is what we call a big yikes. Imagine walk only in near. Like, the possibilities are that if people get annoyed about it, the worst that can happen is that you actually get kicked. But if people just put up with it, I think the funniest thing that could happen is the fact that you might actually take so long to walk from place to place that, like, if you don't accept, like, the auto teleport, it might take you, like, half of the boss fight to actually reach the boss fight. Yeah, I could imagine, Angel, that some mechanics just wouldn't be possible to do walk only. You had an entire Lions raid do it in Imperium Breach at 3 AM one time. Well, that wouldn't be your weirdest run, it would be a weirdest walk then, right? It would have to be a weirdest walk. Like, you know. Oh no! Would that still be possible, Cole, if everyone was walking? Just hypothetically? Because I would imagine if you're doing like a walk-only challenge in Savage, you would be doing it as like, well, everyone's walking. Although, if that's not possible, then, you know, no reason to try to go so far that you can't even do the challenge, right? There's treasure over here. Ow. Boink. Oh yeah, I suppose picking up coins on the boss fight coming up here is going to be really hard. Oh no, what if I mess up the mechanic? Guy, what if I miss the loot? Just dodging dodging mechanics as I'm walking off track to loot the treasure. I see no problem here. No, I can't make that. I can't make that. Oh no, a circle AoE. Oops, well, too close. Well, I'll hang out over here in case there's money over here. Perfect. I'll take I got this one, everyone. I'm sprinting! I'm sprinting! Yeah, got it! I will say that the no UI challenge was a lot scarier. Because I had no idea if everything was going to go wrong in a moment. And then I learned after the fact from Warcraft Traveler being like, yeah, you were good. Like, basically no healing needed. just goes to show how insane Warrior is. Oh yeah, you couldn't even see your HP bar? Oh, you're good. You're fine. Well. Ow. Bruh. Ow. Let's just say that I meant to do that. I'm actually padding damage by using Vengeance. Oh, there's money here. I got this one, guys. Ow. I'll get this one. Wait, why is there a dragon here? Why are you still alive? No! He got money! Ow. Yeah, I suppose, Gabriel, it would have been a lot more of a challenge if the boss mechanics were, like, more punishing. But I mean, most of these challenges are also more funny than truly hard, right? Warcraft Traveler says, I mean, I used Tetragrammaton twice in the whole run because you were at 60% HP. Wait, when did we finish? How much time was left? Did anyone see? Let's see. It took like 15 minutes. it like 15 minutes. That's actually not that bad, is it? I'd say that's actually not that bad. Exactly, Ham. 14 to 15 minutes is like... You do expert roulette and you have like a DPS that is kind of meh. 15 minutes or so, right? I mean, maybe it's just because we had like a group that was all determined to make me go fast. Like the only thing we were missing was like if we had gotten a level 90 duty, which we of course couldn't, but if we had one, then we could have had Scholar with Expedience. That is the only thing we could have do to make it even faster. Right. Well, we are running out of challenges. Siren says, that's the average time if I'm playing Ninja. Woof. Right, so I just want to add one thing to the left hand only. If that's the one that's getting picked, I will change my settings to legacy type controls before we get in. Because so I don't have tank controls, ironically. But I can't write that in the prompt. There's actually only like 35 letters or something of space. Not that it matters, it seems like it's not left hand that's winning. Ham says, I thought I could cook during that one run, but I'm not quite done yet. Well, it only took 15 minutes, so I guess we were all surprised. Right, if you would like to join me for leveling roulette, come on over to me. Raw intuition mitigation only. That could also be a way to do it. The thing is, and that's the thing with making limitations as to what things I'm allowed to do, is that that is like a healer adjust problem, right? Also, hey, for an echo, hope you're doing well, and thank you very much. Thank you. If I have like a challenge that is like, oh, you're not allowed to use raw intuition or no bloodwetting, then what that actually means is the healer has to work harder, right? Because that just means I won't use that. Which means that it's not actually a challenge for me, it's a challenge for the healer. I have seen seen warriors use only bloodwetting. Zav says, there was an argument in Twintani and Novice Network yesterday about how DPS pulling for the tank is optimal, and how it's annoying when tanks don't pull more than one group. I was like, you won't win much more than 5 minutes. Are you really in such a rush? Because apparently it's a waste of everyone's time. DPS pulling for the tank? Genuinely, I don't know why that would be optimal. Like, just before we go in and all that, I want to just add, how is that optimal? If the DPS reaches the pack first, then it is possible that the DPS pulling could mean that the tank can, like, reach the mobs a little sooner so that they can, you know, like, gap close to them or something. But if the tank is furthest ahead, they can pull them anyway. Ham says the DPS takes the first hit equals mitigation. The DPS takes the first hit of some of the mobs. The rest of the mobs are all over the place because the DPS attacked one or two things. Which means that the DPS now loses damage on the AoE while the tank is rounding up mobs, because the mobs are all over the place. And that's exactly the reason why you don't want a ninja puller, because the tank has a better chance of rounding up the mobs so that they're following the tank as you go. But if the DPS is actually staying near the tank, or like the group is bunched up, then this stops being relevant, because everyone's the same spot, the mobs come to the same person, or to the same destination, so it's not a problem. What I mean by that is that whether it is or is not optimal, I feel like there are some factors we're missing here. Right hand only it is, it seems. In that case, let me just move my grid a little further back so I don't accidentally press onslaught or something. Exactly, Warcraft Traveler. And I will say, I agree that if your group is doing perfectly fine and the tank could easily pull more, it's kind of annoying that if they're only pulling one pack. That is actually, like, I have my video on you pull your tank. That is exactly the reason why that's that. Because if the tank goes, only I am allowed to pull, and then they pull one pack at a time, but they have no reason to do that because they could have easily pulled 2 or 3 packs because of the power of the group, then the only reason you're pulling one pack at a time is because God Emperor Tank Man says so. And if you're only pulling one pack at a time in a group that could easily take 2 or 3, then your healer and your DPS are often so strong that they could pull a pack on their own without the tank. So they could just pull 2 packs and like just work a little harder. I have a feeling this is going to be the hardest one so far. And we get IKEA scope, of course, why not?
All seems in order with the
Let's
lens,
see.
And I trust you can hear me.
I have to stop to use my actions, by the way.
These things are pure malcontent. The residue of lives unfulfilled.
I should have moved my tooltips somewhere else. Oh yeah, I could use middle mouse to just auto run forward. That's a good point. Can I fix that? Can I fix my tooltips here? I don't remember where it is. You know that a warrior could solo that instance? Oh yeah, I have watched that that video, that stream. I did not mean to do that. That was very wasteful, and now we have a problem. I accidentally pressed like just off because I almost pressed my thumb grid, and then I had to stop myself. I don't remember where that setting is. Does anyone remember where the setting is to move your tooltips off to a side? I recall I've previously looked... Yeah, exactly. We talked about it the other day, and I forgot where it is. Yes, there is indeed a setting for that. It just makes it so that your tooltips are over on a side instead. Speaking of over on a side... This is very awkward. This general display action help. Okay, now it's a little bit easier at least. So I actually see what I'm clicking, namely. Thank you. I mean, I can find my buttons. I was just also thinking that it would be it probably looks very annoying to like follow along on stream when you can't actually see what I'm pressing because my tooltips are in the way. I know where my buttons are. Oh boy. Yeah, exactly, Vince. We discussed exactly this recently, and then my brain just went, yeah, we don't need that information, and just threw it out again. The worst part is I have mentioned this in a video and used it in a video again and just thrown it out again. Oh, right. Ow. I forgot that they come back. Ugh. And this also kind of circles back to the thing I mentioned earlier, that going like, oh, the challenge is that I'm not allowed to use cooldowns or something, is that becomes a healer problem. That's exactly the reason why it's important that I'm not like total garbage when I'm making these challenges, because then it becomes a healer problem, right? Ultimately, it shouldn't be the case that because I'm doing this challenge, Zarf here is, oh boy, having to work super extra hard to keep me alive. Shouldn't be like that, at least. Now, the question is whether they do or don't feel like that. Because if the rest of the group has to work super hard to compensate for me doing a challenge, then it's not me doing a challenge. Then it's the rest of the group doing a challenge of babysit Kai while he does something stupid, right? And that's not the spirit of this challenge at all. Challenge the healer isn't allowed to. I mean, the thing is that the healer isn't allowed to heal would be just as good as, you have to run the duty without a healer. And Warrior can do that. Like, Warrior is notoriously known to be able to do that. In fact, some people believe that if you have a pre-made, it's actually the superior way to run duties is to not bring a healer. If you have a Warrior, like for Expert Roulette and such. Which means, like, it's not... It's similar to how we discussed earlier that, oh, there should be... One of the challenges should be that... you have to play with a controller instead. And it's like, well... That's a challenge for someone who doesn't know how to play with a controller. So it feels more like, oh... do a duty as a job you're not good with. Or something like that. Which isn't... Like, I already do that? Like, I already do that? Like, we did the Bard daily Hangout stream a while ago. Specifically because I'm bad at Bard. Or partly because I'm bad at Bard. Loot. Yoink. Yoinkers. You can heal with Sage? Exactly, Cole. And then he says that with 4 Vuln stacks. At least I started using more defensive cooldowns as I said it. Oh boy. Man, that tip about using middle mouse to auto-run is, was incredibly timely. I had completely forgotten about that being an option. And remembered as we entered the duty that... Oh, right. I can't run and do something at the same time. You won't believe how many times in this duty alone I've already been like, alright, I have an onslaught stack, I could use that right now, and like just like put my finger on the button on my mouse to do that. Like, no, you have to click it on the screen. You have to click it on the screen. Like, I should really have made, like, a profile for my mouse that just doesn't have the keybinds at all or something. Oh, nice! The melee-friendly configuration. Stealth leave. Two-thirds of the way through. I believe the next duty we will have will be start to be the 8-man stuff. I mean, unless we do MSQ, like we could do MSQ roulette with keyboard only. We could do that. Loot. Yoinkers. Ow. 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 There is no challenge great enough to warrant skipping loot beyond the challenge of the skip loot challenge. Even when I can't have the loot, I'll still open the chest just so I can feel like I got the loot. That is also actually part of the deal with me, like, choosing a role like tank for this. That if I was playing like DPS, then it would just be like, well, the duty is just going slower, but like the worst that can happen is I guess you die. Whereas if I'm tanking, then the fact that I'm playing in a weird way has a more direct impact on the group performance, you could say. How about left-hand mouse, right-hand keyboard? That would be pretty funny. I would have some wire problems there, so I don't think I can do that this time around. But that is a pretty good one. That is a good idea, Go. That is pretty funny.
You will persist in this folly no longer. The stage is set.
Also, part of the reason why I explicitly included that the thumb grid isn't allowed is because I've genuinely done some duties as Sage where I'm just doing it like this. Because I can press some of my best cooldowns, like carefully, just from the mouse alone. So if I could use the thumb grid, then it wouldn't be very challenging at all.
Let the curtains rise for the main attraction.
Let the curtains rise for the main attraction. Pew. Pew.
What a boorish audience you are.
The ultimate challenge, no HUD. No mouse, no keyboard, no loot, no walking, no game. We're going outside and touching grass. Hey, we almost did that last week. We just kind of, like, mostly touched grass in game. Hey, Lexi. Hope you're doing well. Touching grass, so we're playing botanist? No, we're playing Reaper, of course. Oh, the boss is almost dead. Oh, then. Oh, that's the awkward configuration. In before Kai going outside and bringing grass back, just like the snow. Oh, there's grass outside. Don't you believe me? Nice. Well, I think that went pretty well. All things considered, I feel like that went pretty well. How did the group feel? Kai brings in an entire tree. Look, guys, we have nature. There's things outside my room. Yeah, I hope it went well. Aside from 4 Voln stacks on the first boss. Let's see. I mean, we could do MSQ roulette with keyboard only and then like reset the list somehow for normal raids and trials. And then we can finish with Alliance raid with all effects on. How does that sound, everyone? What do you think? Kids Echo says if Kai opens fan mail, I'm gonna send him a piece of grass just to confuse him. Right, in that case, if you want to join me for MSQ roulette, come on over to me. As I talked about this previously, that that I'm like trying to keep track of who I invited when, so that everyone gets to come along. I'm not like specifically picking around anyone or trying to give anyone preferential treatment. It's just I look at the list, see what name is higher up, like the one that has not gotten a turn for the longest. Right, so this means, well, it means keyboard only and also left hand only, I suppose. So we'll be doing it like this. I'll probably be spending a lot more time in between GCDs doing nothing because I have to turn my camera. Praetorium, I'm calling it. Right then. Yeah, that will be the plan. Hey, Territory. Hope you're doing well. And hey, Zainai. Hope you're doing well as well. Oh, that is true. I actually forgot to update some of this list. That, of course, causes some problems. Who was in my group just before? Does anyone remember? We can also just leave it like this. It looks like the other group is already setting up. So maybe we do this, and then we just remember it for trial and normal raid and all that. I think this is fine. Yeah, sorry, that is actually a good point, Helios. I apparently forgot. But I think we'll do it like this. Instead of making a huge mess out of things. I'll do another ready check. But thank you for letting me know. Dun dun, Castrum Meridianum. That's not so bad. The fun, well, the one with a little less cinematics, you could say. It's a lot harder to target things if I miss a mob. Not sure how I would target anything besides just tapping through the list. I would wonder if you could do some of these if everyone had limited actions, like each player only gets like 5 actions. That is an interesting one. That's actually something I've thought about myself too. Like do a stream where, like, for example, I'm playing a specific job and then after every duty there's like a vote going, which action do I remove from my bars or something like that. But then it would possibly be like it could end up being very boring because there's a few ones that would be like the obvious ones that would actually cause problems. Like if I played Sage, it would just like people would just be sitting there waiting for Cardia to appear, right? Or Doses. Or Eucratia. Where most actions would just be like, well, I mean, it's not that bad to lose like Physis. Like, it's just some actions are too heavy lifters. But I suppose your suggestion is actually... It would be a more effective way to make it challenging quickly. Because if you're told you get 5 actions, which 5 are you choosing if you're playing Warrior? If you only get 5, then you're probably choosing Bloodwetting as one of them. Like, you need a defensive cooldown. The defensive cooldown you pick is probably the best one, right? You just only pick the best one, and then the 4 other actions would be offensive stuff. Like, I would imagine, like, you would need an AoE attack. The funny thing is, you would probably not bring Inner Release because you don't have the real estate to both bring Inner Release and Fell Cleave, because then you have only 2 buttons left. Oh, boss is dead. And you can't have both. Oh, you would also have to choose tank stance. That's a good point. So you would have to be like... Well, actually, that's an interesting point. If we assumed it was going to be like a max level duty, then I think I would be like Bloodwetting, Tank Stance, AoE combo, so Overpower and Mithril Tempest, and then Fell Cleave. And you might be saying that's really weird, but if it's a max level duty, then you can generate Beast Gauge with your AoE combo, and then just use Fell Cleave on your main target. And the alternative is bringing Heavy Swing, which is probably not very smart. So I think that's the best you could actually go for. Something like that. And honestly, now that I think more on it, if I then had, like, if we said tank stance wouldn't be, like, wouldn't count. Like, we go, well, that one is, like, mandatory. Like, you don't have to bring that one. Then it would probably be something like, I think I might choose Decimate. Or Infuriate, even. So that you can do the big inner chaos hits. And because you're using Fell Cleave somewhat regularly, you get more Infuriates while you're at it. I think that would work. I'll say, Agni. Hope you're doing well. What would you pick if you had to do a duty like an expert roulette with 5 actions? What would you pick? And what job would you pick? Hey, Erdal. Hope you're doing well. There's some jobs that I could imagine just wouldn't work. There's also some jobs that would be almost unfair, depending on how many actions you can bring. Like, on the one hand, Summoner has a few buttons that do an enormous amount of heavy lifting, but you'd need more than 5 buttons to make the rotation work. I'd pick Dragoon and 1 combo. Ah, perfect. I'll just do my Heaven's Thrust combo, I guess. You can't even bring Wormwind Thrust. You don't even get your Raiden Thrust payoff. Actually, I think Warrior might be one of the better off jobs in this kind of challenge. Specifically because you can generate the Beast Gauge you need with your AoE combo. And then just have Fell Cleave and Infuriate or something if you don't have to bring the tank stance. And it's also the particular tank with such an amazing defensive cooldown that they don't need other cooldowns if they choose to bring... if they just bring Bloodwetting. Then you're kind of good. You're already kind of good. Also, this doesn't feel that bad, actually. Like, you know what? Like, this could work. This could work if I was really lazy someday. This would kind of work. Yeah, that's true, Futaneko. Of course, I would say Cardia is a button. Eucrasia is a button. But if you choose Eucrasia, that's 1 button. So, like, if you really wanted to, you could be like, okay, I choose Cardia, Eucrasia, Doses, Diagnosis, and Prognosis. And then you have, like, the absolute bare minimum of your toolkit, right? Like, you could do that, and that would kind of work. The funny part about this is that your healer would be like, well, I can't res you. I didn't choose race. For other interesting challenges, you have to use the worst rotation. Well, that's hard, because what qualifies as the worst rotation? Challenge run 3 monks with a healer of choice, and they can only use the dragon kick rotation. See, the weird part about that is also that the proper Dragon Kick rotation, like filler-wise, is not that bad. Like, it's almost as good as the proper rotation. Some of the ones you've discussed, mayhaps. Yeah, I can see what you mean. You just bring a black mage that has to go balance mage. Nope, no, I know you want to use that Fire 1, but no, it's only Fire 3 and Blizzard 3 in this house, and you have to alternate them. Dark Knight would have some problems, I think. Yes. Honestly, I think all tanks would have some massive issues. Except Warrior, specifically because Warrior has one defensive cooldown that does everything. Wouldn't the worst melee rotation just be second hit of the AoE combo? Yeah, actually. That's actually an interesting point. And that's kind of why I was like, it's hard to say with the worst rotation, because the bad rotations that I could come up with are still not as bad as, like, just mashing Storm's path all day. Mages of the elements, one ice mage, one fire mage, one lightning mage, and one heal mage. I have a feeling in that lineup that either the ice mage or the thunder mage will do, or lightning mage will do the most damage among those. Kylan says, I would do a macro with my OGCD on them as a button to take with me. Well, that would be cheating. The whole point being that it's not about which 5 buttons you're bringing, it's about which, like, 5 actions you're bringing, kind of. How would Fire Only Mage even work? A lot of waiting. The Fire Mage may transpose region MP? You say may. I say I've actually heard stories, actual stories of people meeting the Wild Fire Mage, and the Wild Fire Mage does not know what transpose does, and they don't use ice spells. They use the magical power of standing there. I would say, Vince, that Summon Eos would be one of the 5 actions you're choosing, and you have to choose it to bring Eos. Like that's the same as tanks having to choose their tank stance. The Wild Ice Mage is always found, but not the Fire one. I haven't met a Fire Mage yet. But I feel like the occasional Ice Mage is a lot like... The thing is, if you try to be a Fire Mage, you will probably be much more quickly met with the fact that the game is not allowing you to do that. Like, it's quite obvious that the game just doesn't work that way when you cast your fire spells and then you have to wait you'd have to wait 15 seconds for Astral Fire to end. Then you would have to wait 12 seconds to regen enough MP to cast Fire 1 once. It's advanced slide casting. And that's the thing, is that, and this is also something that I talked about in that video with absurd rotations, is that often, at least to some degree, these kinds of rotations, like, you can explain why, like, someone would get, like, come around to them, like like an Ice Mage. Well, they don't know that the fire spells are that much better. unless they actually retry them. And the balance mage is like, the reason why someone would do that and come to the conclusion that they're not doing anything wrong is specifically because, well, the game is making my spell casts faster, so maybe this is how it's supposed to work, right? What masochism art thou experiencing? Right now I'm playing only left hand. That's why my hand is here. Yo, I think, I don't know if you were there for that, Emir, but I also did the mouse only, right hand only, for when we did Aishia Scope. But this was I feel like that would have been a lot harder had I had more buttons to press. If I were to play Scholar in a max level duty and I had to choose 5 actions, only 5, I think honestly I would just choose Out of War and just let that be my only attack. And then, like, bring Eos as second action. And then I would probably bring Adloquium just to be safe. Then I don't actually know if I even want Etherflow. But if I don't bring Etherflow, then I probably would need, like, Lucid Dreaming. You couldn't even place your pet, that's a separate... That's true, but then again, Embrace has a massive range these days, so it's probably good enough. Right then. Well, we just did keyboard only, so let's make that one the one that stays out. I mean, the exactly, Vince, is that I'm thinking, like, if I want any of the Etherflow like, actions, then I have to bring Etherflow, obviously. But that means that just getting, like, Sacred Soil costs 2. Right, and if you would like to join me for Trial Roulette with weird challenge, come on over to me. I think we're 9 standing here. Oh. Alright then. Hey Robert, it's been a long time. I hope you're doing well. I'm doing well. We're doing the big funny challenge. Also, I have realized that it looks like the challenges that people like the most here seem to be first-person mode and hide UI. Like, it's not even close. I'm guessing that what's happening here is that right hand only didn't seem particularly challenging. It just looked like I made some weird mistakes, but overall it didn't seem that challenging. And walk only just looked silly. But first person mode and hide only, or hide UI, sorry, I guess seemed more interesting. Why would you think like that? I don't know. The fact that the third and fourth place in the current vote is at 3 and 9%. Walk only for trials is boring. No walking. No walking pulls. That is a good point. Hide only challenge. Nah, yeah, that is a good point, Green. Yeah, that wouldn't work, would it? Bad Angel says those two actually change the gameplay quite a bit as opposed to the others. That is a good point. I think what really makes those two interesting is that right hand only and left hand only changes my experience in some capacity, in that it limits my ability to do stuff. But from your perspective, the only difference is that suddenly I'm playing worse. And I'm using one hand. You can see that because the other hand is on the screen. But it looks the same. It just looks like you're viewing someone who's playing poorly, I guess. Whereas first person and hide UI makes it visually different. And you know what, Robert? It did take a while, but we did do Kugane Castle in 15 minutes. I made very liberal use of Onslaught to cut the time as best I could. And I also got rescued forward once. Well, it looks like we're doing first person mode. Yurhin says, I guess this would have been somewhat appropriate for an April 1st stream. I don't know, I think an April 1st stream would have been one where, like, the stream just opened like this. Or like this, and I'm like, oh yeah, we're playing with no UI today. And then I just do stuff with no UI. Thank you, Mihuels. Enjoy your evening. Dark inside. Oh boy. Yeah, we could get some well, could we actually get dark inside? We could. We could, yes. I agree, Bad Angel. That is also the reason why I'm adjusting the tea times to include a walk now. It's not quite dark inside, but oh my god. Well, ow. It looks like I didn't need to do anything, because I still had inner release. Yeah, this is bad indeed. This is what we call a problem. There's a lot of things here where I have to see something. Judgment Bolt. I can't remember what that is, but it doesn't look like a knockback to me. POV when you go burr. Like, I'm suspecting... Oh no! Camera turns. Oh, right! There's the proximity AoE. This way! Ow! The POV when you fall off, that's going to be great. Could you imagine if we did this with... I wonder how if it would even work correctly if I had no UI for the active time maneuver. I guess it would. I would just have no idea how close I am to failing it. Yeah, exactly, Robert. That's actually something that I mentioned earlier in the stream, that we're not doing like the I have a plan that we will do a alliance raid with all effects on, so like all the alliance raid members' effects. Yeah, it does actually hide crucial stuff like that. It hides the light party thing when you enter a group. Like, it hides basically everything. I can't even see my targeting reticle when the UI is off. But yeah, specifically because I don't want to mess with strangers, Robert, we are doing a we're doing a challenge for alliance raid that is a lot less obvious, let's just say. And by which I mean, it's really hard to see anything when my camera snaps every time I use an attack. Because I specifically wouldn't want to mess with strangers because I'm trying to be funny on the internet. Ice Storm, I'll just stand still then. Uh-oh. I should really be here in the center. I thought he cast Ice Storm before. Isn't that when it becomes slippery? Yeah. I can't see anything. I don't remember ever having this aerial blast mechanic. Where's your tail at? Oh. Ow. Look, feel, think. And yeah, exactly, Catch. Like that is what I said earlier, is that that I've had when you have like stories like I gave this example earlier as well, but like someone that goes like, I want to complete the game without ever equipping a job crystal, like that makes the game harder for you, but also harder for everyone else. So I'm assuming you're doing that in duty support primarily, right? But if you're doing content with other players, then you have to bring your own group, in my opinion. And because I've said this before, well, obviously I stand by that. So if I'm intentionally hindering myself, then I'm not going to do that with strangers, because that would not be fun for them. They just want to finish their roulette. And maybe if you asked them, some of them would be like, yeah, that's pretty funny, go for it, man. You can walk through the duty, that's fine, it's kind of silly, I didn't have anything else planned anyway, and then, like, the duty takes 15 minutes anyway, so it's not a big deal. But it's the principle, right? The principle of those strangers didn't sign up for this. Right, next is normal raid. And... hey Chester, hope you're doing well, and thank you. I can follow up on that, as Chester mentions with the likes, that YouTube does actually, like, the algorithm does look at like how liked a video or stream was when it recommends it as well, so it does help me. So thank you so much. Oh, Crab Traveler says, I've got a pugilist once in Malika as well. Just the other day, I got a pugilist in Zmail Darkhold. Alright, Rust. Thank you for coming. Well, given that, as you said, walk only is not that exciting, how about I do... the exciting ones. We just have those. Graphite says, I had a conjurer in one of the Evilies raids the other day. Bruh. Endsinger with a rogue marauder and conjurer. That sounds like a pre-made. Like, that sounds so ridiculous that it sounds like a pre-made. He says, come on, right hand only. I didn't get to see that. I can say that the exciting things that happened in Aishiascope was, I think, to the majority of it was that I failed the mechanic twice on the first boss. I am impressed how the votes change. That says, you did? I didn't even notice the healer. On the first boss in Aishiascope, I got 4 vulnerability stacks because of the mechanic where she shoots out line AoEs and then they come back. Every time on the return, I got hit. P2 with the Conjurer ones. I mean, we did that kind of intentionally, right? We were doing P2N, minimum item level, with, I believe, Garcel went Conjurer, because it was funny. And we didn't wipe, if I recall correctly. Imagine hide UI, but you get one of the many Stormblood raids that require the use of a duty action. Fortunately, I actually have the duty actions bound to my thumb grid. So I would be able to click those. If you're wondering how that's possible, keybinds, hotbars, there. Like, for the most part, I'm prepared to do these. With that said, if you would like to join me for the normal raid, come on over to me. And usually when we do the 8-man content, it's often a lot more repeat, so that's why I'm not just disbanding the group every time. We have 3 seats. If you want to come, Helios, you can. We have one space left. That's the thing. I say this, that you come to me and then I have to figure out who I'm bringing, and then it's my fault if I bring the quote unquote wrong person, and you don't have to feel bad about that. And obviously, as I've said so many times, if I could, I would just like round up everyone here, just bring you all. That would be way better. Then I don't have to choose, but sometimes I have to. Eat Caetsu. No, don't eat the potato. And the winner is Hide UI, which means we're playing it like this. But I have to actually enter the duty first. What are we getting? See, no light party or full party or anything. Oh. Thank you, Chester. I always do that, by the way. What? It didn't give me, like, the flash that it normally does when I target something, so this is going to be awkward. Oh, that looks dangerous. Actually, that looks dangerous. So cinematic. Look at this. That looked like a Medica 2 to me. Ow. Okay. Oh, I broke my combo there, I think. I didn't break my combo there because I just got Beast Gauge there. See, the biggest weakness of me doing this is that this would be way easier if I actually kept track of what I was doing. But I'm just like if I actually kept track of my Beast Gauge and my cooldowns, then this would have been way easier. But that's the key here, I don't. It's also this, my cat hit scroll lock for me once during a raid when I first started playing. That was a level of fear I didn't wish to remember. This, let me tell you, on the one hand, I said this at the start as well, but me choosing to go only with a pre-made when I'm doing challenges of this. Oh, both healers died. Yeah, they were standing too close for the judgment thing. I hope the boss is near death. But both because I on the one hand by bringing a full pre-made, I'm not messing with strangers that didn't sign up for that. At the same time, I'm bringing my community, the cultists, who are mostly good, like really good players. So like I get an above average group, and they don't want to wipe. That's not funny. Hopefully. So as long as I'm doing okay, I'm not going to die. Ham says, I did not know about that mechanic. Right, let's take that. What killed the healers? At some point in this manipulator fight, it puts a debuff that looks like a hammer with a red background on one of the healers, and a hammer with a blue background debuff on the other healer. If you go near any other player, then they also get that debuff from you. And if you get both debuffs at the same time at any point, you immediately die. If you get both of them. So the easiest way to avoid this mechanic is, if I'm healing and we get manipulator, I'm usually intentionally stepping away from the other healer. Like, I'll be in the other side of the room. Like, if they go to the right, I go to the left. So that, like, we never have this problem. And obviously, if you can, stand away from everyone, because you could easily get someone killed by just, like, making a daisy chain. So you kind of want to stand a little bit secluded, but that's what the mechanic does. And the reason why people often don't get what that mechanic does is because the boss usually dies like 30 seconds later, and you don't wipe as a result. But both healers are dead. Zav says, in Savage, you need to keep the debuff alive by giving it to someone to eventually soak a tower type of thing. Interesting. I don't know if that mechanic is in the normal version and we just skip it. But yeah, on normal, it's like a virus that you spread. It's, if anyone, or you just fail the mechanic on purpose, that's also a possibility. Get a tank that will, if you ever want to get good at a mechanic that you don't understand, get a tank that will actively grief you and you'll learn. Oh boy. The interesting thing about this mechanic is that, so if any of you played World of Warcraft and did like Mythic raiding during the Nighthold raid tier of Legion. Oh, what was his name? The guy, the astral guy, what's his face? He would have a mechanic where he would give different players in the group a color. And if you got near anyone with a different color than yours, I believe it was, then you both explode and die, do a massive amount of damage to everyone else, and give everyone else a debuff that makes you take an enormous amount more damage, like 100 or 200% more damage, immediately causing a wipe. And as the fight progresses, he'll put it on like 4 people, then 6 people, then 8 people, and you basically have to like find the other person with your mark in the sea of, remember, 20 players, because Mythic raiding in WoW is 20 players. You had to find your buddy and then find a way to get to them before the debuff ticks out, because if the debuff ticks out and you don't actually deal with it, Atreus, that sounds possible. Yes, Star Augur Atreus. Exactly. If any of you want to see a, I'm not going to share it here just because you're here. But write this one down: aquatic supervisors when melee have to do mechanics. I'll probably share it on the Discord later, but that's basically the meme of that entire duty, or that boss fight. It's so funny. I raided that boss, and my raid team failed on it equally much. And I raided that boss in a time frame where I like joined a raid team, and they were like, I was a druid at the time, so it's like I can play any role. So they were like, well, we need a DPS right now, so I went in as a moonkin, balance druid. And then shortly after, it's like, well, we actually need a healer now. Like, there were some things happening in the raid team. So I went to healer instead. And then, like, during me doing that, I was actually gearing up a monk to tank. And when that was geared, they were like, oh, actually, we could use you as a tank. That would be perfect. And then so I basically saw that fight from all perspectives. It was quite incredible, quite wild. Right. So, as I mentioned earlier, for Alliance raids, what we will do is I'm not going to meme on all the strangers. We're not going to do like a weird, like silly challenge when. How do you choose big pets again? How do you make all the pet sizes big? Because it says large is not valid. Thank you. Anyone want to summon up a Bahamut real quick? Yeah, exactly, Zepguys. It's so good. It's so funny. You hardly need to understand what the mechanic is to understand that it's like immediately. And I'm not even joking, like when they call it when melee has to do mechanics, because it's one of the only fights where it's like, well, if the melee if the melee gets the mechanic, they have to do it, and normally ranged can just take over, right? Is this the end of days? Right. I'm assuming everyone in the group right now wants to do Alliance Raid Roulette. But if we have like extra people that also want to come, I can like set a timer or something. Would that help? Or should we just go? Oh, Sibinardel wants to snipe. Okay, I will do a ready check. I can't do a ready check because people are summoning the armies of primals. We need to have 2 healers in the group before we can start. I will queue when it says 450. That's literally the size of the Bahamut boss when you fight him. Perfect! And... now. Oh. Huh? It said the sound twice. I don't think that we actually land in the same group. Sadness. No. Now what do we get? Do we get something high level? Or... Well, now I have to play level 50 summon. Yeah, you do, I guess. Well, you're sad. I have to play Warrior at level 50. I don't even have Inner Release. I would rather basically play Warrior blind because of all the effects and then have Inner Release than this. Life's a circus. I also just want to highlight, I mentioned this earlier, I turned off like other party member spell effects like mid to late Shadowbringers, which means I've done these alliance raids many times with all effects on, although it's been a while. And looking back, I can't actually believe that I managed to do that and didn't think to myself, is there no way to turn this off? Can you turn off the HUD for like 7 seconds to see all the effects? Sure, let's engage the boss and do that. I should also mention when I say that I did this until mid to late Shadowbringers, I don't mean as in MSQ. I mean as in I completed... This is pretty. I completed the MSQ and did like raiding. I actually did savage raiding like this. And the reason I learned to turn off other players' animations was... And I'm not making this up. We were doing Shiva on real in my static. And you know what's really hard to see when the boss is just one big, like, orb of explosions? What weapon the boss is pulling out. Alright, Chester, thank you for coming. Good night to you. Like, I had no idea what weapon she was pulling out next. So I just kind of had to guess. Like, I genuinely just had to guess, because there was no way for me to see it. Oh. And then one day I was like, wait a minute. What if I turned off the spell effects of the rest of my party? And sure enough, suddenly it was a lot easier. And for those that don't know why that would be, is if you've ever done Shiva, like, hard also counts in this aspect. What weapon she pulls out is sort of random. And what weapon she pulls out has an impact on what she's doing next. If she pulls out the staff, she's usually doing something that can hit the raid. And if she's doing, like, if she pulls out the sword, then she usually does something that, like, is a frontal cone of some kind. On hard, I believe it's just, like a tank buster AoE in front of her. Whereas on extreme, the first one is a stack marker, like an invisible stack marker, and the second one is a cone tank buster, essentially. So it's quite important to be able to see, is she bringing out the staff or the sword? Because if she brings out the staff on extreme or on real, you need to, like, stack up to take the hit. And if she brings out the staff, you have to move away because a spread marker's coming instead. But if you can't actually see the boss because she's basically one big flare sphere and nothing else, well, You just have to guess. You just have to guess. Ham says, I think I'll put a macro to toggle them onto my hotbars. That's a good idea. If you toggle them frequently. Especially if you toggle them frequently. Matoro, I don't know, I think Summoner's also a little bit bland at level 50. I think Samurai might actually be the more interesting option here. It depends on what you think is fun. I actually think that Summoner at level 50 is weirdly interesting because of the way Ether Charge works means that you have to optimize in a different way. But Summoner until like level 60 is just the which kind of flavor of Ruin do you want? Like, it's really, really, really meh. Like, consider this. When I made my Summoner guide... Ow. I went in and added, like, a color gradient over, like, the Ruby Ruin, Emerald Ruin, and Topaz Ruin. So that you could actually tell the difference when, like, I wrote them in a sequence of some sort. Because in the actual game, they're all just Ruin colored. Like, they're all just Ruin 2. It's not, what I would call optimal. Oops. Look, it's a dragon! Alright, Echo, thank you for coming. Hope you have a good evening. It is really a shame we didn't get a higher level thing. Alex says, I'd wager Black Mage is the lamest level 50 job. Almost the entire rotation is just fire. Well, most of the rotation is fire 1 while you watch whether you get Firestarter procs and Thundercloud procs. You're right that it's mostly fire 1, but let's not kid ourselves. At level 90, the majority of your rotation is going to be fire 4 anyway. But I get what you mean. That it's kind of bland, to say the least. It's very, very, very bland. I didn't actually mean to over-aggro. I just forgot that I had my tank stance on. Why is Summoner so mean? They summon past primals and ruin your life with Tri-Disaster. Nice. The reason why I'm like, I don't know if Black Mage is that bad is because, have you tried Reaper at level 50? I believe what Reaper has at level 50 is they have their 1-2-3 combo. They have Death's Design. And they have Bloodstalk. Like, it's extremely minimal what you have. Some people think that's fun. And some people does kind of include me. Like, I think it's kind of fun. Because, like, there are ways to optimize that. Like, you have to make sure you're maintaining Death's Design. If there's anyone in the raid that can boost your damage at all. If there's a ninja in one of the other alliance raids, if there's a ninja in your group, if there's an astrologian in your group, what you want to do as a Reaper is you set up your death design, and when you don't have buffs, that's when you extend it to the best of your ability. And then you just like stockpile up to full gauge, and then you spend when you have to. And then when you see a buff on yourself, you spend everything, which isn't a lot, but it's a different rotation, right? Wow! Oink. No, it's mine! It's mine! Oh. Well, if you play a lot of Dragoon, Bad Angel, then of course the difference between the two is certainly that Reaper feels a lot like the slower pace maining job. Hey MF, hope you're doing well. The twist is that I've been doing different challenges throughout the stream. Specifically, in most of them it has been, for example, playing without a UI, or playing in first-person mode like this. But specifically, and also playing with only one hand I've also done, but specifically for Alliance Raid, because there's 16 players in the raid that did not sign up for a warrior just messing around like this. The twist in this particular case is a little bit tame, but that was something that people suggested. Do it with all effects on, which is why there's so many effects on the screen when the boss is there. But we have been doing a bunch of challenges. So that's the twist. Yeah, the reason why there's not really like a really big challenge in the Alliance raid is simply because I don't want to subject 16 strangers to my antics, whereas my pre-made knows that I'm doing it. So like they can just go, well, I don't want to join the group then. Like if you're going to do the weird thing, I don't want to join. And then you like skip, you just don't have to. Loot. Well, we got through all of the roulettes that I would normally do, and we actually have time to spare this time. Next challenge, play frontline without losing your mind. Nah. Nah. That would also be really difficult, because actually a good one today. It would have been way harder. It would have been way easier to lose your mind yesterday, because it would have been shatter. A level 90 alliance rate with all effects. We could do that. We could do that. Especially because we have we're early finished with the main roulettes. Never forget that when the EO servers exploded that one time and I tanked it. Ugh. It's always weird when there's like a major like crash and a whole bunch of players disappear all at once. And you're like the one remaining player. Like actually, just generally, if everyone disconnects, it's really almost ominous when you get back into the game and you're the only one there. Like, you're just sewn back in as like, what? Like, especially if you're still in combat somehow. It's like, what was the boss doing? What were they doing all this time? Well, that does mean we have one space. Hey, Ryan. Hope you're doing well. Yeah, let me do a Reddit check. I'm almost certain people will just click yes anyway. But if you don't have any of the level 90 alliance raids, like you need at least one of them, then don't click yes. Bad Angel says, I saw Tank disconnect right before Tank Buster the other day. The boss turned around and crushed the DPS. Well, I guess I'll have to settle for you then. Sorry, that was a little loud. Naomi says be right back. All right. I can still do like a countdown if there's like extra people beyond the 8 that wants to come along. Cyanide says, did Talaya the other day and like 8 people got hit with the Oi! Cut it out, you! 8! I didn't even know that there was that many opportunities. Imagine being a boss and 99% of the people disappear randomly and now you get to place the stack mark on the sole black mage cowering in the corner. Alright, says I will try to queue from the comfort of my own server. Alright. Do we have a preference for which one of the 3 alliance raids we do? Or should I just queue for all 3? How about we could vote on it. We just vote on it. What if you sign up for Savage? I mean, I'm not afraid of doing Savage raiding, but I would absolutely not do that randomly with a challenge on top. What raid has the best voice lines? Susano, but he's a trial. The seas part for we alone. Crystal Tower, just no voice lines. I mean, there's many trials that are great. Many trials that are amazing with the voice lines. Rejoice in the glory of combat. That's a really good one in my opinion as well. All of existence, bent to my will, turns the arena 90 degrees. Wow, with the power to bend all of existence, you managed to turn the arena 90 degrees. Incredible performance. I salute you. Of course, we also have to make sure to rank Golbez really high. Fear my rhyme-kissed blades. Well, it looks like a clear winner to Eurovision. Ether to fortify my blade. Oh yeah, Surven is also great. Good and evil, a war eternal. Almost also sound like if you don't listen too closely, he could sound like he's just listing stuff. Good and evil, a ward, a turtle. Right, just in case there's anyone that wants to like try and queue into us from their own perspectives, I will queue when it says 13 or 1. Right, like when it switches hours, when I will queue. I will free us from the wheel. Exactly, Bad Angel. Just his shopping list. Good and evil. Can you buy that? Don't question my methods. I also need a ward. Like to put it in the bushes. You play League of Legends? And I also need a turtle. Why a turtle? Don't question my methods. And boom. Golbez says, the wheel was a terrible invention. People were better off without it. Oh, he does practice what he preaches. He doesn't use a wheel. I tire of this farce. You know, the thing that the stupidest thing that makes P8 really silly for me, Derpy, is that in Danish, farce means like minced meat, right? Like, I tire of this farce. Then cook it, man. You face Jaraxxus, Eredar Lord of the Burning Legion. Also, every time I end up in P8, it's rare, but when I do, all of the voice lines that he makes, I just picture. Has any of you seen the Bouncy 2D channel? They have like this amazing animation where they use his voice lines for different situations. What other voice lines does he have? Let's see. Suddenly I'm drawing a blank when I'm thinking of them. What is it? What is his voice lines? Bram, bram, bram. What does he say? Yeah, you will know my rage. It's and then there's P9, yeah. Eat, fight, eat, fight. Oh yeah, I believe there's this clip of him watching the Pokemon movie. The scene where Ash turns to stone. And he's like holding in his tears, and then he stands up and say, "Leave naught but ash." Yeah. As he says, what's the current challenge? We're doing Euphrosyne. Oh, Orion landed in a different Eurovision. Oh. We're doing Euphrosyne with all effects turned on and large pets. And we have 4 summoners. At least 4 summoners. There's actually a summoner in a different group as well. So we have 5 summoners. So the challenge is good luck me in seeing what's happening with all of the effects. Bad Angel says, I hate P9S the way he says, make it fun for me. I think maybe it makes better sense in Japanese. Because it sounds like something that, like translated would make better sense in Japanese. I thought all effects meant, like, all the hand... Oh no, that wouldn't work, because then I can't use either of my hands. Or would that mean I can use both hands? What if you have left hand only and right hand only? Does that mean that you can use both hands, or does it mean you can use neither? Play with your mind. No, that would be terrible, especially because I have apparently designated myself as a main tank. However, I can't really see the boss. Oh, I think we're fighting Nofika, everyone. She's just caught in a constant nova of explosions. It looks like they even managed to adjust their Titan summons. So there's different timings on them. Everyone stop attacking, I need to see. You know what, Catch? I used to play like this for the majority of Shadowbringers. Both hands only. Alternate buttons being clicked and use hotkeys, but no thumb panel. That would be very, very confusing. Kita says this fight looks familiar, so when does the tree guys appear? I don't think it's this one. I think you're thinking of Titania. Oh, interesting, Angel, because, like, as I mentioned before, I stopped playing the game like this a while into Savage raiding in Shadowbringers.
Mine is the breath of the earth.
Like, it just occurred to me that maybe it's easier to see if you could see. I just realized that this mechanic was even happening because I can hardly... I can't see. Is that... What color is that? Oh, it's blue. This is how don't worry about it, guys. This is how the game is supposed to look. I don't know why this is a challenge, even. This is how the game is supposed to look.
Children, be strong for what awaits.
Be strong for what awaits. This fight is brighter than the eclipse yesterday. What is an eclipse bright? I've never seen, like, I've never looked at one, like, directly, so I don't know. I would assume an eclipse would be very dark.
By my authority, let the land be.
You mean you guys don't keep all skill effects on always? It's the sun, so yeah, I will. I mean, I thought the entire point was that an eclipse blotted out the sun. Imagine a full instance of Dalriada in Zadnor with all effects on. Yeah, or like. Yeah, Dalriada or Caetsu Lagasatori, right? Still the sun. Fair point. Fair point. Like, I'm not, like, I realize that it's kind of obvious that looking up at the sun is really bright. It's more that, well, I mean, I've never looked at the sun during an eclipse, so I don't know if it's really bright. But I do understand that you have to, like, use glasses for that. Oh, that's an interesting point, kids. Because it's kind of dark, your eyes, like, try to take in more light to be able to see it. And then the sun is still there. I will say that the amount of oh, by the way. Wow. I've never felt so much healing. That wasn't my bloodwetting. But yeah, all of these effects is tripping me up a little bit.
Forgive me, but I couldn't stay away.
It seems my sister shall be joining us. Tis only fitting that we face you together.
Is there any need to pull her really far away? Yes. Is this far enough? It looks like it's far enough, I think. You just don't see any reason to draw her all the way to Narnia. I don't, now that I think about it, don't think I've ever tanked Nemea before. And just to be clear, I didn't choose to tank Nemea to dodge all of that. It's actually more like... now we can really see it. When we have a little bit of distance. We can just see, like, the act... Whoops. Right. It's sped up. We can actually see what's happening, like all of the effects at once. Well, I mean, Ilvarian, this is partly up to the other tank to actually turn Alphic. It's not my fault that Alphic is right, like smack dab right in the middle of the arena right now. That's not my fault. But it doesn't seem to be a problem. Cyanide says if she's not far away, she heals him. Nope, that is actually not that, Cyanide. I can guarantee you that. It's because both bosses have a mechanic where they will regularly split their HP so that like they have about as much as each other. And she will do that anyway. But she specifically has like, she gets a buff and a tether where they get stronger if they're close to each other. She will share HP with them anyway.
Pray to the stars on high.
She just doesn't do it too regularly, which is the reason why Alphic dies right now. Pray for my knockback immunity. Let's assume most DPS prefer to stand in the middle of the arena. Yeah, but if you put the boss in the middle of the arena, then that's going to be really hard, isn't it? That is a really bad idea, Nemea. We are going to be looking at you. Don't you even worry about it. Hey, Zach. Hope you're doing well. Sounds like you are. And it's not the first time that kind of mechanic is like in the game, Zainab. That's why I kind of know it's pretty common they do this with like multiple target bosses. Like they make sure that they like split health every so often so that you can't just bomb rush one of them and then like get like half of the fight removed immediately. But it is weird how rarely they share health. I believe it's in Dalriada, actually. Speaking of which, I'm pretty sure it's in the Dalriada that the final boss has a mechanic where they also, like, even out their HP every so often. I can't see anything at all. I think I'm going to die. Oh boy, oh boy. I'm going to use Ormgang. I can't see what's happening.
Summon your courage and press on.
Fatman says, I'd like to imagine full spell effect is how the devs test the raids. That would be so funny. Like if one day they just get so fed up with players like... Because I'm pretty sure some players basically go... Yeah, very easy for them to say that they test the fights themselves. I'm sure they do it with like cheats on so it's easier for them or something. Like I would love it if one day they just put out like a video of them beating it with all effects turned on. Like basically just the game in basic standard settings and everything. Like they just have like the base UI. They also just do it with 2 hotbars because that's what you have by default. That would be so insanely funny if they could do that. Hey Shaq, hope you're doing well. god, this is madness. I can't believe that a few years ago I would have done this duty first try like this. Unironically. Yeah, exactly, Bad Angel. Oh, it's too hard. You need mods. Oh, I mean, we managed. Okay, like even better. Like if you see like that, like IRL footage of them, and you see them all in different places, and they're not on voice comms or anything. Like they're just doing it with in-game text chat and nothing else. That would have been hilarious. I doubt that they do it like that, but it would be so funny if they were like basically doing it with nothing. They could put that out as like an April Fool's joke. And yeah, that is true, Angel. There's been some talk about auto markers. For those that don't know what that is, auto markers is essentially a plugin that allows that essentially only one person needs to have it at the end of the day. What it does is that it marks everyone in the raid according to what they need to do for a mechanic. Which means that, like, imagine, like, there are some, like, Savage boss or even, like, mainly Savage boss fights. Potentially, like, also Ultimates. That have, like, mechanics where they put 2 or 3 different debuffs on you. And you have to figure out what you're supposed to do from that. You don't have very long to think about it. And then you just have, like, a plugin that just tells you, well, you have this, so you do that. And just give you a marker to indicate where you're supposed, like what spot you're supposed to have. The one, like, the thing is, as I've said before, my perspective on mods and all that is mainly if it doesn't hurt anybody. Yeah, exactly, Shag. It kind of sounds like a deadly boss mods, doesn't it? But the thing is, there are more than that. Like, there's the tool called CactBot, which basically puts timers on your screen for mechanics. And that also sounds like deadly boss mods, doesn't it? So, like, you need a bunch of different plugins to like piece together deadly boss mods. But you can essentially make deadly boss mobs in Final Fantasy XIV at this point. And my perspective on it, as I said, is if it doesn't hurt anyone, then it's fine. Which means, like, yeah, if you beat the boss, that's good. But don't start prancing around and saying it was Lomao easy if you used mods to beat it, right? Thank you, Catch. Now I didn't see the boss mechanic. But like if you used tools, then like then maybe you should like just keep it to yourself that you found it easy. So you don't like take away the potential pride that others had in... No, Angel, I just fixed it after Catch mentioned it. But beyond that, if it helps you to beat the fight and you can enjoy the game as a result, that's okay. Like, that's fine. Just don't start on like... Don't start going around saying that the fight was easy if you had to use tools to do it. Like, you had to use Like, you needed to use something that wasn't actually allowed, or like, that isn't actually allowed to beat it. You had to use something extra, right? It's like, that's the cost. Hey, wait, is there someone who's watching the cutscene? Nope.
Bear to me your lover's heart.
Exactly, Bad Angel. That is exactly the reason why it's a little bit of a problem, because if it is, like, if it... Oh, my game crashed. Well then. That happened so suddenly. Too much effects? I hope not. And yeah, something like that, Traverse. Yoshi P basically went out and in no specifics, but basically said, well, if people won't play ball and like play the fights properly, why is there any point in us going out of our way to put so much effort into making them? Like, they make them cutting edge really hard, specifically to challenge you, and then you use mods to make it easier. Why bother making the difficult fights then? Like, if you're just going to cheat anyway, right? If you need to set it to easy mode to beat it, then shouldn't we just make the encounter in easy mode to start with? Wouldn't that be better? And a lot of people that then there's a lot of people that use these kind of mods for, you know, extremes and savage. Like, what's the point of having those difficulties if you use mods to make those easy as well, right? But it's specifically the ultimates that he emphasized that it's really a lot of effort to make those. So it's kind of sad when people use these tools to beat over them quickly. Like, there's a reason why the reward isn't like gear that you need to farm every week. It's not weird if it takes you a month or 2 months or 3 months to progress an ultimate to finally beat it. But yeah, exactly, Traverse. And was specifically something that came up. And Automarker is probably an extremely good example of this. That really maybe is like pushing it, perhaps. Need to get a perfect angle so I can actually see what the dog doing. What the dog doing? But yeah, my perspective on it, as I've said before, is if you're not hurting anyone else with it, if it helps you to enjoy the game, that's okay. Right? That's the way I see it, is if you're not hurting anyone else with it, it just helps you to have an easier time with this kind of content. And you don't ruin the fun for anyone else. That's okay. And part of the reason why Automarker can then be a problem is it requires one person to have Automarkers to spread that effect to everyone in the group. So, technically, even the players that, like, the console players even, can benefit from Automarkers, because it just requires a PC player with it, so that everyone can benefit, hypothetically. Even if you don't want to, you'll basically get forced to. Hypothetically, again. And the reason why I say hypothetically you'd get forced to enjoy the benefits is because the markers are coming, whether you want them or not. Which then led to an extremely funny macro that I saw someone post in this entire conversation. Just have a macro that removes all markers from everyone in the raid. And just spam that whenever something comes up that Automarker responds to. But then you're simultaneously choosing for everyone else whether they get to benefit from this tool. And some of them might want to, right? So the problem is that you can't have it both ways with Automarker specifically. But I did think it was incredibly funny to find such a macro that someone was just like, well, I have the solution. Just do this. Just use this macro. Also, I just remembered that I need to move my my thumb grid forward. I've been playing all this time with it slightly back. And yeah, exactly, Fatman. That is also a good example of, like, what could I call it? Like, non-intrusive mods that don't actually hurt anyone else. They couldn't possibly. It gives you... The edge it gives you is that it saves you having to open a browser and check the thing that you wanted to check. Angel says, if you want to do Uwu without AM, it's Automarker, it's most likely the best to find a static. And that is actually the biggest problem with this kind of, like, mod culture, is that, yes, you can beat all of the content in the game without mods. Similarly, you can beat all of the content with any job. It's about community perception. If the raiding community, like the Savage raiding community, believes that it is generally accepted that you use Automarker for Uwu, for example, then if you don't want to do that, you basically have to make a pre-made that specifically does not allow Automarker at all. And even then, you still have experiences of players that go into Party Finder, find the first best group for the thing they want to do, join, and they don't read the description. Not in the Party Finder itself, and not when the description is printed in their chat log when they join. And then when the group starts, they're confused why you're not doing so-and-so. Like, you make a synced group for, like, I don't know, Seed of Sacrifice Extreme, and then people join, and then when you finally queue, there's, like, 2 people in the group that go, why is it not set to unsynced? Why do you think? Yeah, exactly, Traverse. Things that... Sam says, we actually had this. I could only imagine, like, I could only assume you did. I've seen this. I've seen cases where we, like, been in Party Finder and the Party Finder said, we're doing X strategy. You get into the duty, and that's when someone pipes up and goes, actually, I only know how to do Y strategy. Can we do that one instead? And everyone else goes, no, we don't know that strategy. And then the person leaves. So like that's where I know this from, right? Like that's where I know this from because I've seen it. People don't read it. Like that's actually pretty funny. Speaking of which, and this is like nothing mean to that person, when we did the long walk last week, at some point, someone sent me a tell asking if they could, like, basically they asked like how that Labyrinth of the Ancients run we were doing worked, and how it works because they haven't joined a private party before through Party Finder. And if they had read the description of that party finder group. It specifically said we're not doing Labyrinth of the Ancients. We're just walking. And then I responded to them saying essentially that. Whoops. Because what else could I do? And they seemed a little confused with the party finder aspect itself. They probably were a sprout, so like it makes sense they didn't think to check that. But that's the problem, is that if you want something that is not the standard according to the community perception, then you're the weird one. As in, you will sit through hours potentially putting together that Uwu group in Party Finder, if that's what you're trying to do, with no auto marker. And when you finally get in, someone uses auto marker anyway. Like, they might go in forgetting that they have it, and it just activates. Or they might go in going, well, I can't find any other groups that'll have me. Oh, I'm sure they don't mind once we start. It'll make things easier. It's better for everyone. It's probably fine. And then you get in and that happens. Like, it's the same as my perspective on being a mentor. Like, if I do mentor roulette and stuff, right? If I go into a casual duty, for example, like I land in a casual duty and someone says, I don't know how to do this, boss. Any advice? If it is a casual duty, like, you know, a non-savage extreme, anything, like it's supposed to be beatable in a single go, I will usually say, let's try it and see what happens. Because if we wipe, then we explain the things that you need to know. And if we don't wipe, then if there was something they had a hard time with, well, I can be there to answer it afterwards if they need it. But you don't need to go through the whole rundown. But there are some mentors that will, like, as you run up to a boss, they'll basically give you the entire life story of that particular enemy, including the entire, like, description of the boss fight. They're rare, but the thing is, if people don't ask for this information, then they're basically going, they probably appreciate it anyway, without asking if people wanted the information. It robs the people, in this particular case, it robs the people of the opportunity to learn the mechanics on their own, because someone just spouted all of the mechanics at them. And yeah, Kazu, I can understand that. The key reason why I am, like, more indifferent to Cactbot for an individual is because Cactbot only tells you. Like, it only tells you, whereas Automarker tells everyone. Which means that if you can be in a Savage Raid group, and you can privately have Cactbot and know all of the mechanics, and no one will be the wiser. They might just be like, wow, he's incredibly good at standing exactly where they need to be on the exact frame when the mechanic happens. That's insane. Or, how did he know that Shiva switched to the sword on frame 1 before she had gotten, like, before she had even started the animation? How did you know that? Because Cactbot can see it before you would be able to visibly see it. The buff, maybe. I'm pretty sure that if there is a buff, it appears as she brings out the sword. But the point is that these kinds of mechanics, Cactbot can tell you on the first frame where the game tells you what's going to happen. Basically, the game tells your PC what's going to happen. It knows already. And it also knows exactly when you have to do something. And it'll tell you that. Which is a little unfair, to say the least. But you having Cactbot doesn't hurt everyone else if you just keep it to yourself. It's the same as you having a DPS meter doesn't hurt anyone else if you keep it to yourself. But automarker marks the players like this. That's pretty difficult to hide, right? It's pretty obvious if someone actually has auto markers. Which is the reason why it's a little bit more of a problem, because it's very intrusive. Where DPS meters and Cactbot is something that you can keep to yourself. And just not talk about it. Automarker, essentially, like, you could make macros to do the same thing. The problem is that there's no way that you can do that at the speed automarker can. Exactly, Caetsu. Cactbot essentially knows as soon as the boss has already decided what to do. Whereas for the person not using Cactbot, you don't know what's happening until the boss is indicating it. And sometimes the boss, like for example, with the Shiva example, Shiva has no weapon in hand. She floats up into the air, and if she does like this animation, she's producing a sword, and then she does this, and then she has a shield. Which means that if you're really good, you know that she's making a sword at this point in the animation. And then you can move into position. But if you have Cactbot, the first frame of her starting to float up, it basically says, she's bringing out the sword. Just, it's sword time, buddy. Just go into position. And that's like 2 seconds or more beforehand. For like a melee DPS, it's probably no big deal because like, you're not going to move very far. But if you're like, for example, a black mage, then something like that is something that has to like be planned. Those 2 seconds are valuable. Whether you have to move in or out in those 2 seconds is crucial information. Which is why it is a little unfair, but again, the fact that Cactbot doesn't tell anyone but you means that it is nowhere near as big of a deal. Emia says you have to move behind Shiva for most of her weapons. On Extreme, the tank actually has to face Shiva towards the entire raid for the initial hit when she brings out the sword, because it's a cone stack marker. You just can't see it. It just shares the damage on everyone. You can use an invuln instead, I believe, but the intended approach is stack the raid and spread the damage. It doesn't do that much damage if everyone takes their share. Yeah, cone stack, exactly. Which means that on Shiva, if she's bringing out the sword, then you have to stack the raid and have the main tank move on top of the raid. And then after the hit, move the tank away, because a short while later, she actually does a tank buster frontal cone. If she brings out the staff, she will put spread markers on like half the raid, so you absolutely don't want to stack. So you can't just like default, because the first weapon she brings out is random. Usually after that she kind of alternates, but you can like, if you push her hard enough, you can skip to a specific part. Because she usually brings out the sword during the ad phase. Have we ever seen those after marker standardization? No. I don't believe there is a marker for a cone stack. And welcome back, Ogni. Nope, we have not. I haven't figured out what we're going to do about the few players against Shiva thing. I know how I want to do it, but I don't know when I'll do it. So I have to figure that out still. But we're talking about Shiva because she's actually an excellent example of why Cactbot is a little unfair. Because Cactbot can see what weapon she's bringing out a few seconds before a human eye can see it. That's why we're talking about Shiva. Bad Angel says, my main issue with Cactbot and Automarker is that You aren't even improving, you're just following instructions. The only person you're robbing is yourself. That sounds like that, was it like an Elden Ring copy pasta? Was that it? It's really funny. Or was it Sekiro? I think it was Sekiro. When they had, like, when people were talking about they wanted, like, an easy mode or something like that. But yeah, I get you, and that's exactly it. That's also why, exactly why, what I was saying before, that if I'm, like, in a duty and there are first-timers, if someone, like, in extreme or above difficulty content, I will, like, give the rundown of the boss mechanics if I can. Like, we'll go over the tactics, because the boss is not made to just go for it, you'll figure it out. It's absolutely not made for that. But if it is less difficult than an extreme, so like normal difficulty content, anything you can find in like these kinds of roulettes, except mental roulette, because mental roulette has extremes in it, like that stuff, if someone says, do I need to know anything here? If there is a mechanic that is basically impossible to get right on the first try, because it, like, you're supposed to learn it, I'll say that in brief. But aside from that, I'll just be like if it's unlikely to wipe us to do that, let's just go for it. Let's see what happens. And usually things go fine. And part of the reason I do that, the first part is that I feel like it's like spoiling them a bit. Like, it's funny how there are players that want to like give the whole story of a boss fight and that difficulty before you even pull sometimes. But they understand that the story itself could be spoilery. But both experiencing the fight for the first time blind can be interesting, but it can also be a learning experience. If you exclusively learn from reading or watching a guide for a boss fight before you try yourself, then, and this is like, I know this is like exaggerated, it's unlikely this will happen, but let me put it like this. If you've never had to put 2 and 2 together yourself and go, oh, the golden circle with the in arrows means stack marker. Because every time you've seen it, you've watched a guide and they say when this marker appears, you stack closely. Then it's really difficult for that. Zav says that's why I don't like Party Finder community for raids, because they expect you to spoil yourself on the fight even for practicing. That's mostly because that's the thing, is that this kind of content, it is generally expected that you've prepared yourself from home. And most players don't mind. That is why we have blind runs, right? As a solution to those that want to learn it from the start. That's why I emphasize that I do this for content that is at a difficulty level where it should be absolutely possible for you to do it. And yeah, exactly, Bad Angel. Most of the time when you get into a savage fight, a lot of the mechanics that you'll see in the fight, not all of them, absolutely not all of them, but a lot of the mechanics will be like the normal version, but harder. Caetsu says, and even then some people don't understand what blind mean. You know what, Caetsu? Some people do the thing that I mentioned earlier. They do this, and they go, ooh, perfect, Voidcast dies extreme. That's what I want to do. Click, join. And don't read the text at all. And just do what they want to do. And then they get confused when other people get mad at them for doing this or that. But the reason why I then kind of default to this stance that I don't want to like just shove the explanation over the heads of people in casual content at the very least, is because the content is absolutely beatable as is. Like, that content is absolutely beatable. So if we wipe and they go, I don't understand this mechanic, then you go, okay, well, this mechanic is this. But now they've at least had the chance to see it. They've had the chance to figure out what it is. Like, it's the same as learning a job in Final Fantasy XIV. If the only way you've learned jobs is someone telling you, well, this is the opener, and then you do this rotation, and don't explain why, then when you go to the next job guide, or when you go to the next job, you haven't learned anything beyond that, right? Like, you haven't learned the reasons that we do things. Like, the reasons why you do this and then that. And to understand why you do things on a job, you have to either figure it out yourself, or someone has to actually sit down. Thank you, Ian. Sit down and explain why. Like, that's the reason why I don't, like, to some degree in my guides, I explain why things are the way that they are, and the reason why I usually, like, include, like, a calculation going, you use this attack on 3 or more targets, and then it's like, on 3 or more targets, it's this much potency. Because A plus B equals C, like, you do this because of this. Instead of just going, you do it on 3 targets, and then people go, well, I don't know why, but funny man on internet said so. Angel says, I remember in previous tier when I was making party finder groups and people tried to change strategy we were doing on some fights. I wasn't letting them change it, so they had 2 choices, leave or do as I want. Yeah, exactly. And there's also something I was talking about earlier, that I've seen this happen. Like, people join, you get in, and then they're like, by the way, guys, I only know this strategy, when they start to see, like, the markers come down, or people discussing the mechanics and how to deal with them, and like, I don't know this strategy. Can we do this other strategy? No. The 7 other players here prepared this one. It's your fault you prepared that one. Sofa Plush Fluff says, that's why your guides might go to when picking up a new job. Thank you. I'm really glad to hear that. That is also the thing. Like, I've said this in my, I believe it was, a title doesn't mean that you know everything video. In that one, I kind of implied that some person telling you how to play your job or how to do something doesn't necessarily know that. Like, they don't know necessarily that that's the right thing to do. You don't know if you can trust them. They need to show some proof. Like, either they need to prove to you that they know what they're doing so well that you can trust their word for it, or they need to prove that they're right. Like, for example, by going on 3 targets you do this because calculation, because math. That's also why I don't explain things like, this is why you use an opener with, just do it. But more with, that's how things work, how things stack together and things like that. Kylan says, Hayden's call. I've run into someone that has only done it 1 tank and 1 healer. And that is all they know how to do, because that removed the light parties out of the fight. Oh, yep, because you could skip a mechanic. That sounds like the classic Zervan skip sword disband. Oh yeah, also that one, Aradel. That is also a really good one. And also, indeed, Nim. Indeed. To the people that just join a group and then go, can we do this differently? It's a bit harsh to call them that, but I kind of agree that, like, they essentially go, I want to do P9S, whatever. And I want to play Summoner, whatever. They scroll down the list of groups and all of them already have Summoners. Or the person who wants to join has only reached a certain part and there's only one group in Party Finder that has reached their progress. But that group says, we're doing this strategy, and the person is like, oh, that's not super good for me, because I only know this strategy. And then they join. What they could have done a lot of the time is they could join. Like, how about instead of me just dunking on those people doing the wrong thing, how about I say what is the right thing to do? If you are in the position of opening Party Finder, remember, this is chaos, not light, so there's like a fifth of the duties that should have been here or something. Exaggerating for comedic effect, please laugh. Anytime you want. If you reach the point where there's only one group left, or there's only groups left that don't use a strategy that you know, the best you can do, the absolute best you can do, is send a tell to the leader asking if they mind that you don't know the strategy and that you're willing to learn their strategy. And then, you know, ask where to learn the strategy or what it takes. Maybe they can explain it. And then also, by the way, include in your sentence the default way to respond to a tell, because I can't remember it. Someone had to remind me what it was on the walk stream. Apparently it's Alt-R, yeah? But include that, so that they can respond to you, because if you're not in the same world, they can't actually respond to you, if they don't know this. And then they can tell you, yes, it's okay, you can come, watch this guide while the group forms. Or whatever. Or they might say, nah, I'm not super keen on that, and then, well, that means you, of course, don't get to join the group, but that's probably for the best for everyone, because the alternative is you join, the group realizes that you don't know, because you're clearly failing, and then they all have to go, alright, Mr., Mrs., person, do you not actually know this mechanic? Like, how we do this strategy, you don't know? And then you either have to, one, lie, or two, be honest. And if you lie, that might make things worse. If you are honest, the group probably ends right and then and there. You could have saved that time. So, like, it's not worth it to fake it till you make it in this context, because it's not going to work. Just be upfront about it. I don't know this strategy. Can I get the time to learn it? And then they can just say no, or yes. And if they say yes, then you don't even have to hide it. They gave you the good to go on that one. VX says, I got tells while in Party Finder. If I tried to respond by sending a tell, the game told me it was a Party Finder tell and how to respond to that. I haven't seen that. It just says that they're in a different data center or something to that effect, as far as I recall. So that's the reason why I'm saying it might be a good idea to just tell them how to do it, just in case they didn't see it. Bad Angel says, similar thing with people who only main one job. I've had some of the best tanks or healers in my party join, only because they've asked if someone could switch. Wait, I don't quite understand that one. Ymir says, why not just watch the guide? Oh, see, Ymir, the thing is that some of these boss guides take like 20 minutes. Like, to explain the entire strategy from start to finish. So, if you go into Party Finder and find 3 groups that, for example, that uses X strategy, and you only know Y strategy, then you need to sit down, find a guide, and this guide might be a video or a written, who knows, and then read it and find the differences between your known strat and their known strat, and that might still take 20 minutes. Some of them only take 10 minutes, but the principle of the matter is that the reason why people do this stuff is because they go, well, if I watch or read the guide now, then the groups are gone anyway. Like, the groups are gone before I have read it or watched it, so what's the point? Even though, think about it, if the groups are gone, there will be more groups. There will be more groups, and those groups are better off without you because they already got ready and finished before you were ready for them in the first place. So, yeah, it's weird. Bad Angel says, for example, the party already had a white mage, but we need another healer. I get a party finder tell asking if they can play white mage instead. The reason why it confused me, Bad Angel, is because he said, I've had some of the best tanks or healers in my party join. And I just want to like really pin that one. Some of the best tanks and healers join my party, but they only know how to play one job. You know why that's giving me pause, right? Because I would assume that some of the actual best tanks and healers is actually like the best tanks and healers are actually the ones that were already in the group that is asked to switch to make space for this superhero, that asked if they can be the white mage or the warrior or whatever. The person who goes, oh sure, I can play my secondary healer job, it's fine. Those, like, even though they play a little worse, those would be the best ones, right? Because that healer just switched to barrier healer from white mage to make space for someone else. That's why it's giving me pause, because surely that's the better healer. Exactly, Kylan. That's exactly it. Is that the best ones in a role probably knows at least 2 jobs in that role, so that they can switch out. That's not to say that you can't be amazing, it was just that was what was confusing me, Bad Angel, was that how can you both be the best healer and also force the other healer to play their off-spec? Like, their off-job? Yeah, exactly, Angel. If you only know how to play one job, that means that whenever you see a group that already has that job, you would have to make this request or find a different one. Exactly, Ogni. Being able to do a fight exceptionally well if you get it exactly your way, that's good. But being able to adapt to adjustments, for example, you joined this group because they needed a white mage, and suddenly you don't get to be the white mage. Like, that's exceptional. That's also the thing, being able to follow your rotation to a T, like exactly perfectly, assuming nothing weird comes up, is great. But exceptional is when you can fix your rotation when something goes wrong. Right? Even if you're slightly worse on the perfection part, being better at being flexible, in my opinion, is better. That's what sometimes can make some savage or like really hard difficulty fights a little bit strange to me from like a viewing perspective at least, because the fight is so strict that there is no flexibility. Oh, fair enough, Bad Angel. That makes sense. Sip, haven't I played Dark Knight for you, like, in the past week? Girhin says, unfortunately for me, I only really play one job well, and also it's a very popular job within its role. What job is that, Girhin? Dancer. Is that very popular? Is Dancer super popular in Savage, guys? The reason why I'm asking is because, well, this isn't about Dancer. This is actually about ranged physical. I've heard a lot of people say that it's actually somewhat difficult sometimes to fill the ranged physical slot, but maybe that's in statics and not in Party Finder. The reason why that would be, I don't know exactly. Angel says ranged physical and healers are super rare, both statics and party finders, to be honest. I could imagine that Dancer is the most popular ranged physical. Absolutely. And part of the reason why it can sometimes be difficult to gauge the quantity of ranged physical players that are in groups is because a balanced raid team has a ranged physical player. At least one. Because of party bonus. Which means that a lot of the time, if a group cannot get a ranged physical, then they're not leaving the station in the first place. Which means that there's a very high chance that the most rare seats in a Savage raid group simply just are the last ones to fill. As in, you make a party finder group, and when the entire group has filled, for the most part, the last seat is like maybe one healer and one DPS, and you have 2 melee DPS, and you have a mage. And you're missing a ranged physical, for example. The reason why that could be, I don't know the actual answer. That is real, like that is like a social thing. I think that is something that can be personal. There's just simply less interest in ranged physical for some reason. But a lot of Savage raiders want to be the best, right? They want to be really good. They want to be strong. They want to be the best. That's why it matters if the job you want to play in Savage isn't the best at what it does. Because then you can't be the best. That's not fun if you want to be the best. Which means that, like, this means that, for example, it can attract the position of, like, Samurai, who has the capacity to do amazing amounts of personal damage, which makes them look like basically, I've previously described, a little bit in jest, a little bit in seriousness, Samurai as the anime protagonist job. Because the only thing they bring to the table in a raid group is that they're really good to put buffs on, because they do so much damage. Black Mage too, and to some degree also Machinist, they're really good to put buffs on. Which means that the Samurai is basically the one going, power of friendship. Ymir says, doesn't Dragoon do the most right now? That's because of raid buffs, as in Dragoon gets credit for the rest of the group doing damage with their raid buffs. But yeah, I do believe Dragoon ranks really highly, but that's all things considered. That's not personal damage. That's the damage they contribute to the group at large. Which isn't the same if you want to be the hero. And that's true, Ymir. That's also why I emphasized Samurai. Samurai technically also has a damage reduction effect. They have one for the raid. But Machinist has 2. But because of that, if you want to be the anime protagonist, then you want to be the one who gets all the buffs. You want to be the one that channels all the power into your sword and then just smashes the boss. You don't want someone else to be that person. And it's Dismantle. I didn't talk about the 2-minute cooldown. But yeah, Dismantle is on a 2-minute cooldown. And Tactician is on a 90-second cooldown. Oh wait, you said why is this man on a 2-minute cooldown? I don't know. I don't know. It is, because reasons. Maybe because Nature's Min is on a 2-minute cooldown. But yeah, because you want to be the hero. So we focus on the fact that there's the hero of the story. Who wants to be... who wants to be Goku and who wants to be Krillin, right? I don't know if that's a good example. I haven't watched Dragon Ball Z that much, but who wants to be the person who supports the main character? Like, who wants to be the person who makes that magic happen? And who wants to be the hero? Dancer is one of the jobs that make the magic happen. You know what? Fair enough on that one, even. That's a good point. But that's the thing. Why be, like, if you want to be the best, then why be Dancer when you could be Samurai, right? Why be Dancer when you could be Samurai? I have seen some Dragon Ball, I just haven't seen that much of it. I used to watch it when it was on Danish television years and years ago, but for some reason they would show parts of the Freezer fight, you know, the one in Dragon Ball Z, and then whenever they reached a new episode, they'll show the new episode and then just rewind back to the first one in that arc, and then just go all the way through one new episode back to episode 1. All the way through, and at some point you get tired of Freezer going, surprise, I have a second form. Also, yeah, Travis, R.I.P. Akira Toriyama. Brontom says, in my opinion, the reason that ranged gets less love than other roles is that they play the mini healer. No one wants to be the healer. Yeah, that is actually a pretty good example. Also, good night, Emir. That is a pretty good example that healer is like the ultimate support position. And then there's the support DPS. But they would probably already, like, some of them might already just be playing full-on healer, right? But again, as I'm saying, I am grasping at straws here because the best I can do is come up with a potential explanation as to why people would choose Samurai. Like, see, here's the thing. When I would join the Savage Raid team, right, in a static, I first joined as healer and I just chose a different healer than the White Mage that was already there. And then a little bit after, we had some, like, role switching, and I was like, well, it seems like we're a little bit lacking in the DPS department, so I'll go DPS. And then I looked up what the best DPS was at the time, and at that very moment in Shadowbringers, in the second raid tier of Shadowbringers, Summoner was at the top. Double nice, because Summoner also has a damage boosting raid buff. Triple nice, because they also get res. They're like, perfect, I'll play Summoner. That was it. Like, that was my entire thought process. It wasn't, I want to do the most damage. It was, I want to be the best possible DPS in the group. Which means that my perspective on this whole matter was that I wanted to support the group. And the best support I could give was more damage. Also, hey, Aetheria? Hope you're doing well. And that is absolutely true that a lot of players choose based on aesthetic and playstyle. But there are also players that choose the strongest. And that's final. Cyanide says, my Mensa friend was actively trashing on Ninja throughout leveling the job, and one day he asked me, why do ninjas use hide before a boss fight? And I felt my brain dissolve. He then tried to argue with me that you shouldn't use Huton because it's a waste of mudra and that you should use Huraijin instead. He's not entirely wrong. If you're already in combat, then Huraijin is the better choice, but the hide thing means that he doesn't know that he could set up Futon before the fight starts. But yeah, that's the thing. That's as far as that's the furthest I can look when I say I think the reason why ranged physical is a difficult to fill position is because the people that savage raid actually let me just build on this. In a static, there's a much greater chance, in my opinion, that people are willing to like choose what's best for the group sometimes. Meaning that there will be some players that will be willing to play a weaker job in terms of what they want, because it means that they have that the group as a whole stands stronger. Like, some people will be like, oh, I wanted to play Black Mage, but it's probably better if I play Red Mage or Summoner, because the rest we kind of need it when we're proccing, or something like that, just as a random example. In Party Finder, it is a lot more likely, again, not everyone, but some, at least, are more selfish. There's a reason they don't want to be in a fixed group, because they don't want to deal with those people. They just want to be themselves and just push as hard as they can on their own. And if they're more selfish, then they are less likely to want to play the support roles. And that probably makes sense. But again, that's not everyone. It's some. But the fact that some of them are more likely to be more selfish or self-centered means that there will be a higher percentage of the, you could say, more selfish or self-centered jobs, and a lower concentration of those that are more supportive. And that is also true, as Brontome says. Reality is that you will perform best in the job you are comfortable with. And that is true. That is also why it is generally a bad idea to play what we call Flavor of the Month. If Final Fantasy XIV doesn't have a lot of this, because there's not that many balance changes throughout a raid tier. But if you switch to whatever's strongest at any time, then, like, you'll spend some time playing this job, then you'll spend some playing, like, maybe you'll spend some time playing Black Mage, then you'll spend some time playing Machinist, then you'll spend some time playing Reaper, and then you'll spend some time playing Ninja, and then you'll spend some time playing Samurai, so on and so forth. And you will, like, because you're, like, jumping between these, you keep, like, starting at the top of the iceberg, and, like, learn the opener, learn the general rotation, practice that for a bit, but you never really stick with the job long enough to, like, learn some of the deeper things in the job. You don't learn to be adaptable and flexible like we talked about earlier, because you keep switching. It would be better if you find a main and focus on that. Yes, Final Fantasy XIV allows you to play all the jobs, but there's a reason why you kind of want to choose a main. Traverse says, another thing I found counting against ranged physical is that much of the rotation is proc-based and isn't completely fixed. Well, not for Machinist, but for Bard and Dancer, yeah. And yes, exactly, Brontome. Play everything. Try to understand everything a little bit. But you can't main everything. Now, I hope you're all ready to choose your main, so those of you that haven't yet, so you can get into Savage raiding. I'm joking, of course, but with that said, we got through all of our challenges. We even had some extra time to go into some extra duties. I hope you found me struggling with some of these challenges funny and entertaining. And with that said, if you enjoyed the company of some of these wonderful people that you've seen in the chat, or me, remember that there's a Discord community server that you can join, where you will find most of them, I'm pretty sure. You'll also find the weekly schedule where you can see what else is coming up throughout the week. I believe we have actually we have me and Mentor Roulette as a DPS coming out tomorrow. You can also find the announcement room where you can see links to videos and streams whenever they come out. And you can also find if you go into the role assignments room, you can grab the reminder role. And if you do, you get a notification whenever I post a video or stream. And when there's around 15 minutes until a stream starts, you get an extra notification, so don't miss a second. So do that. And if you did like this particular stream, it helps me a lot if you leave a like on it in the YouTube system. That tells the YouTube algorithm that, oh, you really enjoyed this stream. I should recommend it to other people, which of course helps me. So thank you so much in advance. And if you would like to support the channel even more directly, you can also choose to become a member. You can gift memberships. You can also use the super chat system. Like, that's kind of like both the gift and super chats are actually helpful if you specifically don't feel like having a subscription to something like this. If you don't like the YouTube system in general, you can also use the Ko-Fi link in the description. With that said, it's all optional. There's not like videos hidden behind a paywall or something on the channel. But it does help me like to run the channel, you could say. With that said, thank you all so much for watching. Good night, good morning, afternoon, or evening, depending on where you are in the world. And I hope to see you all very soon. Bye bye.